What up? I started the the video right as I have to sneeze. No, I hold it in. Okay, we're okay. We're good. False alarm. Oh, what do we do today? Decimation. That's what we're doing today. We're working on some of the systems, some of the bare bones. You know, get like the OOCH system in place, which I'm thinking of just calling the OOF system for now. We can always change it. But at least I want to have that meter that fills up in the bottom left of your screen. I don't think you would have been able to see that in some of the gameplay that we recorded. However, I'll show you what I mean by it. We can probably get that done pretty quickly. I have an idea of how I want to accomplish it. And then maybe making a better launching system would be nice. Be a good start. Something to change the velocity at which you launch would be nice. That would be a good start. What else can we do? What else can we do? Yeah, actually, let me show you the way that we launch right now, because I'm not really a fan of it. What's up, Lazarla? How you doing? How's your game dev going? Where's the maps? Oh, testing. Original test map. I feel like shit. Why is that? What is it preparing? Where are my textures? What's going on? Game? Like the simplest textures known to man, and it's not even loading them. Weird. Mental stuff hasn't been kind to you tonight? Oh, sorry about that. Hopefully just a bad day. What's up, Lazy Fangs? Can we load my textures, please? Do we even want to try? Oh, it's having problems connecting to my server. Hold on. Hold on, you guys can look at me for a second. As I feel like I have a cat hair on my chin or something. Annoying. Your mom adopted me? Oh god. Yeah, she does that. That's not the right computer. Turns out punching bricks hurts. Well, please don't punch bricks. Only punch people. Okay, I think that's my new... I don't think I put my password in. Hold on. Damn you. I'm trying to connect to my revision control, and it's being a bitch. Come on. Come on. Just accept it. Just take it in the butt. Come on. Please. You know you like it. Just accept the changes. Oh my god. Let me restart my server. Wait, that's my IP now? Who said? Don't project. Yeah, right. I just don't want to leak my IP on screen. Not the smartest. So just keep staring at me a little while longer. Wall might make holes, bricks don't have punch. Why are you punching things though? Don't hate, just relate. And if that doesn't work, I don't know, masturbate or something. I think that's the way that goes. Come on, connect. Bit connect. Come on, just do it. I can't work unless this is working. Why are you failing? Yes, accept the certificates, please. Oh, okay. Well, just be safe, Lazarla. Please. Did you guys see the new Dragon Age trailer? Is it worth watching? I know it was only like 3 minutes, so I didn't want to like go too crazy with watching a reaction to it or something. But I'm curious about it. Is it either good enough or bad enough to be worth reacting to? Does it show any gameplay? Because if it just shows like a whole bunch of cinematic shit, I don't want to watch it. Because like, what does that mean? What am I going to be able to say about the game? At least I could say maybe they should have spent money on making the game better instead of making a cinematic trailer. Because then if the gameplay was good, they wouldn't have to make a cinematic trailer and they could just record some gameplay. Okay, this is annoying. Fine, you know what, disable, can I just disable revision control, please? It's like it's not prepared. It's not building shaders. Like something weird is going on here. What a day. Should we just quit? Should we just quit now and go play, I don't know, Hello Kitty Island Adventure or something? Can we build shaders now? That can be a thing that we do. It's not building this shader. What are you doing? Oh, wait, maybe it's going. Slowly. Oh, it crashed. Okay. Oh, wait, maybe we're going. There's a Hello Kitty game for the DS, kind of like Animal Crossing. Why do I feel like there's cat hair on my chin? God, that's annoying. This whole Friday's fucked up. Oh. I loaded a second instance of it on accident. Maybe it's a yeah, maybe I'm just becoming a furry in real life. It's all over. Ooh. That's my sandwich this morning. What is my computer? What is going on? Wait, how was Opera using that? What? Oh, I bet it's that. I bet I know what it is. Get out of here. It's been the game that was kind of like a meme physics sim game before they got trendy, but with 2000s edgelord humor. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm Akira. That's exactly it. And the cool thing is that there's always some new kids to make edgy games for. I'm just waiting for shaders to compile. I don't know why they're taking so long. It's kind of making me upset. Dude, how? How is Opera using that much? Oh, maybe it's because I'm loading a Skyrim music in 1440p. That's just not necessary. Do you see this? Do you see this? What are you doing? You know what? Let me reload Opera. Give me a second. This shit. Is my CPU dying? Is this computer finally hitting the bin? Is that what's going on? Should I just restart my computer? I think it's because of source control. I think there's something going on with the source control. I think because the usage percentages never add up. No, they don't. They never do. And I'd like to disable revision control. But I like can't force it. And I think it's trying to connect to the server, but it's not. Yeah, that's the reason. There's something weird going on with my source control, and I can't get it to connect. But I can't get it to stop trying to connect. And because of that, it is like going into an endless loop. Because even Cauldron Chronicles doesn't take up this much. You'd say you're in pain, dude. I am in pain. I really should just put this source control into plastic instead of SVN. I might do that. The thing is, I have to pay more for it every month if I do that, and it's like, well, then I gotta start asking people who are in the project to give me some money for it, because it's just, you know, it adds up. It adds up, especially if we start adding in more assets and shit. You're working for free, but I needed to pay for a source control. I think that's pretty fair. I can run vsync in the editor too. It'll help a little bit. But still, it's just kind of frustrating. Rewards enable and channel Apple TV. Nobody wants Apple TV. Twitch. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants it. Yeah, look at this shit. Whatever. I don't care. Do what you need to do. I'd like to get working today. Let me make sure all the controls are working, because I think last time we tried it at my apartment and the controls were not functioning properly. Yeah, I need this to be... Hold on. Dual shock to... It's like direct input, right? Is it called direct input? What's the way to get a dual shock working on PC? Let's just get DS4 Windows, that'll work. We need one driver. Okay, let's run it. I do agree to the license terms and conditions. Does it really take this long to install a driver? Okay, thank you. We should be okay for all that. We should have latest.net. And then we will get the official. If everything is working properly, we should be able to do this properly. Let's see. Dual sense. No controllers connected. Okay, there we go. We got it. There we go. Yeah, there's a couple of issues with it not moving around. Okay, let's fix those. Let's get this working properly. Laptop cooks itself every summer because some genius had the bright idea to put the air intake on the bottom. Yeah, they usually do that. You can get one of those laptop stands with fans in it. Those are pretty well. Event ticket, left thumbstick X, left thumbstick Y. Something on the reset, I think, is not resetting the camera. What could be the reason for that? That's weird. It should be when the player presses the button, it should be resetting the camera to here. And it looks like it does it for a second, but it's not working. See, this is how it should work, but then it like snaps to something else. Very odd. Why does it do that? Oh wait, I can see something getting deleted. Let me see. Well, the third person character is getting poofed out. I don't think we need a pawn. Yeah, we don't need a pawn set. Camera's not working. Let's see. Must have messed something up on this. I don't know what though. Camera's still fucking up. Test ragdoll fire impulse. We do have some old input actions that are referencing unknown axes. That could be part of it. We should be moving those over to the new input system. For now, though, I will make a axis mapping. Probably related to like turn or something, I don't know. Yeah, turn and look up. That's annoying. And I think if I recall correctly, turn is going to be on the right stick x-axis. And look up is the right axis. Should fix the camera problems at least. Yeah. That part's solved. Okay, I think we're good. We're good. A couple of issues to iron out. So I made this this test a long time ago. I think at the start of this year or something. Just to see if hypothetically we could recreate some similar shit. And I think we can. We have a launcher system, of course. It kind of just looks like a camera right now. We have the ragdolling. Of course, you can't see the ragdoll before you launch, so that's kind of annoying. Amazing work. It is something, isn't it? Just to start. I'd never worked with force fields and chaos physics before, so this is going to be a good challenge for me to learn these things. Oh. There's a couple of issues where I think if you press triangle... Hold on. Yeah, okay, there's some issue where I think if you're already within the launcher, it can sometimes mess up. He is launching. So let's put a boolean here. Okay, and then up here we will do a branch. Only if false. That way the player can't spam it and potentially cause an input issue. Hopefully that'll work. Is launching should be true by default because we start in that state. Now, if people are wondering what the goal is of this, we are not looking necessarily to market this game and to sell it, but more as a way to teach some newcomers to game dev how to do things. So keep that in mind when we're working on this, that we're not exactly looking to find a publisher to make money from this. This is more of just a side project for some people that are looking to work together on a game. Unlike Cauldron Chronicles. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't potentially get to that state, but that is not our primary goal here. Okay. Oh, that's weird. You see that like snap back to a previous FOV? What it's doing is it's preventing me from moving the camera at all. It's like there needs to be like a delay or something. Snap back to reality. That is kind of it. I'm gonna delay by... Yeah, there's just something weird going on. The delay helps though. Makes it a little less snappy, but it works. That's the important thing. Okay, one thing I wanted to start with was the OOCH system, which if you guys didn't see it in the gameplay itself, it's the system of, well, I can show you here, being able to move your ragdoll on the ground after you launch. You can like, I can move a bit left, I can move right. However, here I've given myself infinite OOCH, which we don't want. We only want the player to have a few uses of it before they need to move far enough away from the last used position in order to rebuild that meter. So one of the ways we can do this is, in my opinion, by every time the player uses the system, to set a point in the world where that was last used, and then we can check if the player has moved far enough per tick from this position, and if they have moved far enough from that, we can reset that meter. That shouldn't be too difficult to do. You can actually see the radial arrows here. And they move with the camera, so you can see them moving as I move the camera. They rotate as well, so that if I want to go forward, it's always forward in relation to where the player is looking. Obviously, if we didn't have that being the case and it was in relation to the ragdoll, it would be very frustrating because the ragdoll is moving all over the place, and what is forward can change at a moment's notice. Jesus Christ. Launch to space there. Where do I handle my OOCH system? Down here. I think. Oh no, I do it here. Yeah, we fire impulses from these radial forces. I could put this in a function. I probably should. It's like a fire impulse function, then we send an enum of which direction it is. Let's do that. Data folder. I need an enum. I'm gonna call it the OOF system. Like 3 O's and an F, just for now. Forward. Make it all lowercase. Forward. Backward. Left. Right. New function. Fire OOF. Input direction. Did I spell that right? Yeah. Forward, backward, left, right. Fire impulse. Then we'll do a select. There we go. For now, that'll replace that. That'll make it easy. Then we can build upon this too with the resetting of the OOF system. We can simply do something like get OOF system charges or something. But this is a good replacement. And we'll call this OOF system. Beautiful. Okay, every time we fire the OOF system as well, let's do a return if it was a successful OOF or not. Or we can just include this in the function. Yeah, we'll do a set last OOF point. Make a new variable for last OOF location as a vector. Category OOF system. Then I'll make a new variable for OOF charges left. By default, it should be, technically should be 0. The player shouldn't be able to OOF until they've ragdolled. So when the player starts, it'll be 0. Whenever they hit something, they're going to ragdoll. That will enable the OOF charges. So we should keep it 0 by default. Player OOF should only happen if OOF charges left is greater than 0. So if I launch the game right now, it just shouldn't, I shouldn't be able to OOF at all. Yep, I cannot. Easy game. False, we can just return. Otherwise, we return node, fire impulse, and then we decrement in. We could also clamp it too, just so that it doesn't end up being like -1 or something, but I don't think that would be a problem. Either way, let's try setting OOF charges to 4 and seeing if I can fire this 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then nothing. Beautiful. Alright, let's take our WBP test map. We'll make a new widget for the OOF system. WBP OOF system. I'm gonna place it in the upper right for now, just because you guys will actually be able to see it. This should be fairly easy to make, though. I don't really see any problems with this. We'll do -20, 20. And as part of the test map, we will add in the OOF system. We'll screen that bitch. Oof. Is that too big? Honestly, I think it should be a little bit bigger. It's by 48. We will make a recharge animation too. That way you get kind of like an animation that it's been recharged, right? You know what? I'm going to store the OOF charges in the game instance. We're going to do that. Let's do this properly, right? GI decimation. Variables. OOF charges. And we'll make a function library. Get OOF charges. Set OOF charges. The game instance. Cast a Decimation. Okay, return easy. That's done. Let's get OOF charges. That should be simple too. The text for this should be very, very simple for us. We're gonna bind that to a new binding, or we could either do a binding or we could set it to just a regular function. We'll just make a function. That's what we'll do. Fuck the binding. It'll be a little bit harder to control the animation because of that, if we're updating it every tick. I think that's how I want to do it. Monospaced width. Oh, letter spacing, here we go. Oof. Looks dumb. Okay, recharge animation, let's see. Let's add the text, and we will change the... I don't know what I want to change. Maybe the font? It's just the font material, though. We'll change the color and opacity. We'll make it maybe like a 1 or 1.5 second animation. Make a 1. Green, white, green. That could work. Okay, let's see. Let's make a function here, or either within the function library. I'm trying to think of what would be the smarter way to do this. To recharge the OOF. The thing is, there's gonna be like I think two requirements to recharge. Not only moving far enough away, but also some delay before it's going to allow that. So if the players move far enough away and it's been enough time elapsed since the last recharge, then we perform another recharge. And if only one of those is true, for instance like time, it's not good enough. At least that's what I'm thinking. Last OOF location will do a float variable for time since last OOF recharge. Where's my tick? Saying hi, good. I still tired from last night. Well, that's what you get for staying up. Woman. Could we just do a gate? Or could we just do a... Played Magic? Why do you play Magic? I'm gonna play another land card. Here's some swamp. I'm just fucking around. I'm gonna make another enum. Yeah, let's say OOF system. I need like a OOF state, so like whether it's charged, recharging, inactive, I don't even know. We'll just make some enums here. Inactive. Recharging. And charged. You enjoy it? Alright. Alright. Hydrate. First I want to see... There's like a cat hair on my chin and I can't get rid of it. It's really annoying me. Come here, sunlight. I don't know where it is. Fuck it. Is your grass still giving you trouble? No, no. Today we're working on the Decimation game. Which doesn't have issues yet. We haven't created the issues. It's called puberty, right? Yeah, yeah. Well, you think I've been a smooth boy? I shave every day. Even my legs. No, I don't. My legs are fucking hairy, dude. This is the reason that I'm hot at night, is because these things are just bare. From waist up, I'm twink. Waist down, I'm bare. Yeah, dick's out for Harambe, right? Never forget. Let's see. OOF system state. OOF state. Now we should start inactive. Because we activate it on when the player gets ragdolled. We activate it, so it'll be charged. And it'll be recharging whenever the number of charges is below the maximum. I think that's what we want to do. For Harambe. You remember what's the guy that played Machete? Remember him? What's his name? Danny Trejo, that's right. Somebody got Danny Trejo to say dick's out for Harambe.
Dick's out for Harambe, you know what the fuck it is.
Hey, dick's out for Harambe.
I love it. Classic. He's been cooler now. He's always been cool. Danny Trejo's awesome. The thing is, we don't ever store maximum OOF charges. We gotta be careful about that. Let's do it this way. Maximum OOF charges. We'll just set this to 4. Go to sleep, Bobby. Yeah, take care. See you later. Give me 1 second, guys. This cat hair is pissing me off. I just can't anymore. I got the bastard. Alright, let's figure this shit out. Every time the player fires OOF, we need to get the current mesh position. World location. We're gonna set that to the last OOF to location. OOF! You guys want the Roblox OOF sound as a channel point redeem every time I say OOF? I'll do it for you guys. This is it, right? Yeah, let me download that. Give me 1 second. I already said it wasn't surprising. You adopt all the fucked up kids. Download MP3. Fucking got him right. Power-ups and channel points. How much do you guys want this one to cost? Oof. Don't use it yet though, okay? I'm gonna disable it until I have the sound ready. Yeah, does it work? Okay, cool, whatever, create. Where is it? There we go. Didn't give you bastards enough time to use it, huh? Add command to existing reward. Oof. Add action. Sound. Sound path. How loud is this? That's really loud. That's a bit better. Okay. Now it's working. Now every time I say oof, you guys can use the oof sound. Perfect. Yeah, just abuse it, why don't you? Okay, untick. True. True. Should we do a switch or just do an equals? I guess we could do a switch. Switch on OOF state. If it is recharging, so if it's inactive or charged, we don't want to do any of this. Probably set a timer by function name, right? I've never actually used set timer by function name, so this should be interesting. Object reference. Function name. Delegate function name. Alright, well, we'll figure it out. Looping no, max once per frame. For looping timers, whether to execute. Okay, so that isn't even relevant unless it's a looping. We don't want to loop. What we do want is to... Do we want it to be a function name or do we want it to be an event? And what I'm curious is, how can we... We need to determine just if 3 seconds have passed. Is it even worth doing it at that point then? I'm thinking, chat. I'm thinking. Start OOF recharge timer. I'm thinking, do we even need a timer if we can just do a delay? And then on tick we just check, has this timer finished, right? We can just do a Boolean check. Has OOF timer finished, I guess we'll just say. If it's recharging, just do a delay. Retriggerable. No, this seems bad. This seems bad. It's more like we want... It's more like we want a gate to be open. Maybe not. What's the logic that I'm thinking of here? Do you guys want to see what I'm talking about with this OOCH system? Because clearly if the player is like moving around enough, then this could just kind of like stay recharged. So there needs to be a minimum time that passes before we do the recharge. That way the player can't just spam it as long as they're moving fast enough, right? Because that could lead to a kind of an issue with chain reactions here. Putting some time would make it so that they have to not only perform a bit of movement, but they have to have let enough time pass. So it's a bit more strategic with that by adding another layer of requirement to being able to use it once it's fully depleted. In order for it to recharge, I should say. If it's fully charged, we don't perform any charging. Explain how it works from scratch. Okay, so you get 4 charges to this OOCH system, right? And they allow you to fire an impulse in a direction that's based on the camera's rotation. Each one consuming a charge. Now, it recharges based not only on distance from last OOCH used, like distance in world, but also on a small timer. So even if you move a far distance, it still needs to wait a, X amount of seconds to recharge. So we know that we need to do an and. Has the timer finished and has the player moved away far enough from the last OOCH position? Moving far enough away is easy. The recharge, though, I'm wondering how we can accomplish this. We know that we need to check if it's within a certain state. Well, if the player gets stuck in a crevice, and the player... Well, it depends. Has the player moved far enough away? Because if they have 4 active OOCH charges and they smash themselves into a crevice, well, they can still use those, right? There would be an additional layer of requirement to use the OOF charges, but I need the requirements to recharge it. Once we get it recharged, then we can add in the requirements to use it. I think those are 2 separate states of the system. And right now I just want to do the recharge. After that, then we can add in the requirements to use it. So if the player is just not moving enough, then we kind of disable the system. We set it to be inactive. We could use a timer, because then we can pause the timer. We can't pause a delay. I think a timer is actually a timeline is the better choice here. Because this we can play, we can stop, we can set new time. Every time the player presses to use an OOF charge, and an OOF charge is successfully used, we restart this timeline. If it ever becomes inactive, we stop it. And same with if it's charged. But stop will not finish. As far as I know, stop does not finish the timeline, and so it won't set this to be true. And if it's inactive or charged, then we need to set, or actually set it here. But you're right though, in pain, if you end up in a crevice and your body isn't moving enough, the OOCH system is not available to use. So we need to, there'll be a couple things we need to do here. Timeline length of, let's say, 3. Honestly, it can just be an event track. It can be anything. It could be an event or a float track, doesn't really matter, as long as it takes 3 seconds to run. So we'll keep it easy. Simple cooldown? No, it should be pretty easy to create. I don't think we need to go even simpler. At a certain point, it's like, yeah, we could save, I don't know, an hour, but I don't know if that's worth it. especially on the second day of development. What I mean is like the time to create it decently is not much more than creating a simpler version. Hey, Tuxby Games. About time recharging the OOF timer isn't much of an essential task. It is essential, I would say. Because it's part of the core gameplay. Part of the launching. Those redeems were just too distracting, to be honest. Let's print the Boolean. Right now we only decrement, but I can still test if it's working properly. No, it's not. Is that actually firing? Oh, it's probably because we start the OOF system in inactive. Let me start it for charge for a second. I'll get ripped on my own, don't worry. No, that should work. Which on OOF state? Oh. Hold on. It is working. We just have multiple characters being spawned. The thing is, because we can launch multiple ragdolls, and I'm creating a new ragdoll every time we launch, it is being a bit annoying with what am I trying to say? It's showing me multiple. So there are technically two on screen, and the recharge is working. Working just fine. I just kind of don't want it to print multiple. It's not really a problem, it's just if I'm going to be debugging anything, I don't want previous iterations of the ragdoll to show up. What I think I'll do is pending destroy. I'll just have a variable here for B is active launched. Which will be true. Why does it need to be new ragdolls? Because I'm just killing the old character and then I'm spawning a new one. Just for prototyping. The sooner I can create the basic gameplay system, the sooner we can get people in here to work on like bare level and shit. We'll have coders come through and clean it up. That'll be a good task for them. Where do we end up killing the ragdoll character though? I think that's in the launcher, isn't it? Hey Vovka, how you doing? How's your Friday? How are you? I'm good. I'm good, just trying to figure some things out. No, I bet it does it here. Unreal Engine is cool? Yeah, it is. I enjoy it a lot. A very powerful engine. When we spawn the character, how are we setting input to it? Show your PC specs? It ain't great, I'll tell you that. Got a 6700K in there. A 10-year-old CPU. Mixed with my new 4070. So, we clearly know the bottleneck here. And it's not the GPU. But I mean, for a lot of things, a 6700K can handle Unreal. Texture PC? I mean, I could just say it. I can type it here. 6700K, it's an i7, of course. I have 32 of DDR4. A 4060, sorry, 4070. And what else really matters? You know if it's worth stealing, right? It's worth upgrading, I'll tell you that. I mean, nothing else really matters. What else do you need to know? I have a couple of SSDs in there, a couple of M2s. 1000 watt. I think of a 1000 watt. It's either 1000 or an 850. I forget which one I put in here. Probably a 1000. Is launching.
Carol! Carol!
Thank you, man, for the follow. Hope you're having a good Friday. Open main. Specs are acceptable enough to follow, right? Broke i3 bitch boys. I don't know if an i3 can handle Unreal. Probably not very well. Oof. Where are we actually updating the ragdoll character as part?
FBI, open up!
As something controllable? Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Curse you, Bale!
I wonder if it's just because Pawn is set to active ragdoll character that it's forcing it. No, it's still giving me control for some reason. Weird. Hmm. Yeah, we're just getting started with this this side project, and I'm just trying to do a little bit of debug on why it's automatically setting my character's controller. I don't really get it. Am I missing it somewhere? Both each use one OOF. That is how it will be shown. I just we'll update that once we have the charges system working. That'll be easy because that'll just be setting it based on integer. I do not know. I love your emotes. What am I looking at? Okay, we need the face button reset, the reset button. Where do we handle the reset button? Where do I do that? Is it maybe in the controller? Oh, it's a Russian streamer? That's pretty cool. Face button bottom. Where's face button top? Come here. Tools, find and blueprints. Face button top. Show it to me. Oh, I put it all the way up here. Okay. That's awkward. Let me move all that down. Okay, reset camera, delay, get all actors, destroy actor. We also would like to set is active launch to false. And that way that one will stop. Printing out debug. Alright. That's fixed for now. So the timer is working. So what we want to do is check, has OOF timer finished, and probably grab OOF charges. OOF system state is equal to recharging. You want, we can push this into a function. Let's do that. Check OOF for reset. Charges is less than whatever the maximum is. Let's add a new function library for get maximum OOF charges. Come on. Oops, not set, please. This way we can change it and the system should, you know, what's the word? Adapt to the number that we want in the maximum. Get maximum OOF charges. We could make them part of a single function. Like fuck it, why not? If we're doing one grab, let's just get two. Current charges, max charges. And here we'll check if current charges is less than maximum. So if the player doesn't have maximum charges, the OOF timer has finished, and the OOF system is in the state of recharging because we can deactivate the OOF system at any time, right? Then, simply put, we will set the OOF system state to charged. Set OOF charges equal to the maximum. Little awkward spaghetti here. And do we have to set the OOF timer finish to be false? Or will it automatically do that? I don't think it will. No, so let's set it. The last thing we need to check, because this is not finished, we also need to check if the player is far enough away. So there's a lot of checks here to determine if we can do it. So we need to set last OOF point, and we actually do that in Fire OOF. I'm going to move it over to that. And on here we want to run another function for compare OOF locations. We could make a data asset for some of the balance of this. Or data table. Here's what I'm thinking, because if we have different game modes, right, we would want to have different game modes. Having a single set of variables to control the balance is not the greatest. However, if we could, on game mode, call a data table that reads off different balance and updates that within like the game instance or whatever, or we just use different calls from the game instance like that, I think that would be much better. Let's do it that way. Data, new folder, balance, structure, st underscore game balance. We'll do maximum OOF charges. So we know that'll be one, and then we'll do another one for OOF recharge. We're gonna break these up. Game balance core. Balance substructures. St balance OOF. Now we'll put it here. Maximum OOF charges. OOF recharge time. Distance needed to recharge OOF. Looks good. Then we can make a data table for the balance. Based on balance core. default system will have maximum OOF charges of 4, OOF recharge time of 3 seconds, distance needed to recharge will be I don't even know. We'll change it. We'll set it to 1,000 for now. That's not much, but it's a start. Especially because I think 1,000 would only be... It's either 10, because I think Unreal units are... millimeters? Or are they centimeters? Unreal units to centimeters. Yeah, they're centimeters. Arthur made an effort to make the entirety of TES landmass into a single game. You mean Elder Scrolls Online? Your answer is probably yes, but no. Yes, but not like that, right? Yeah, I don't mean as an MMO. That's what I thought. Just give it time. Give the TES renewal team time. They'll remake Daggerfall or something, and oh, also we've added, you know, 1 million voiced NPCs. Honestly, to me, I look at, you know, the work being done for Morrowind and Oblivion for the remakes. That's the kind of work that I feel like when I read about Wayward Realms, it just felt like the developers weren't wanting to go that path. Like they wanted to make some expansive game without actually putting in the effort to make an expansive game, right? We want to do this with the least amount of work possible. Like, okay, well, GG. No, we need a row name. Get data table row for balance core. Cast to Decimation. Set maximum OOF charges. It's kind of a dirty way to do it, but it is what it is. Timeline should be 1 second in length. And then on begin play, set up balance. The OOF recharge time is we need to set the new timeline length of timeline. I didn't name it. I'm dumb. OOF recharge timeline. Set play rate. Now, if I recall correctly, the play rate is a multiplier, so if the recharge time is 3, we don't want to set the new rate to 3, we want to set it to 1 divided by. The recharge time. So it's 0.33. Distance needed to recharge OOF. Current game mode balance. This is something we need to set up initially. This is something we can call separately. I watched a friend getting back in the saddle of developing, trying to use Game Maker. He tried to remake Collision and Gravity from scratch. I'll show him a platformer tutorial. Yeah, it's like, it's Game Maker. It already has Collision and Gravity. What the fuck are you talking about? Reddit poked around the tutorial assets, then went back to making stuff from scratch. Like, the point of using Game Maker is that it has those tools already in place. Like, it is one of the best 2D toolkits out there because it just works right off the bat. Why is he making it from scratch? Wild. Check OOF for reset. No, we want to compare OOF locations. So we want to compare last OOF location to Mesh's current location. I think we just want to find distance vector. I can understand documentation in the sense of I'll have to do it myself. It's funny because I used to be like that too. Sometimes I get that way with Unreal, just because there's so much that Unreal can do that sometimes I don't know if it already has it, especially with like math nodes. Unreal has a pretty good library for math nodes, and sometimes I think that I need to recreate something from scratch when it already has math functions for it. Or it's like colorblind. You know, Unreal has built-in colorblind things for widgets. Forget the name of the nodes. I don't know if they'll appear in here or if they'll only appear here. Color blind. Oh god, what do they call it? See, and it's if you don't know the name of it, you don't know how to look it up. UE5 color blind nodes. Vision deficiency. Set color vision deficiency type. And you can just set it to those. And it will change the entire game window. It's just built in. Yeah, it's amazing, man. But it's like if you don't know that this exists, which I didn't for like years until only a couple years ago. It's amazing. It's really, really cool. And I don't blame people for thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to recreate this from scratch. It's like, who the fuck expects it to be built in? Nobody. Okay, distance, game mode balance, break. Break. Not an input, we need an output boolean. B has surpassed distance requirement. I'm going to make this a separate boolean. The reason being, if the player goes over the gap for distance, but then oofs back in, I don't want that to set it to false, so I want it to set it to true once. So if has oofed far enough is true, we just won't do anything. It's kind of weird, but it'll work. On tick compare OOF locations. On fire OOF. Set last OOF point, check OOF for reset. has oofed far enough needs to be true. Reset oof variables. Just in case we add anything else to this. Okay, on fire oof, or do we just want to print out current oof charges? Reset oof variables. Hold on. Balance. We need to run through things here. The OOF timer is working. The OOF charge is running out is working. I think we have everything necessary to reset OOF charges. Exactly. What I think I want to print is whether or not current OOF charges has been reset. I might be missing something here. It's very often I make a function and I forget to actually put it in the right place so that it works. Let's print current charges. Zero. Not correct. Because on begin play we need to set we actually don't ever set up the balance. Set maximum move charges and set OOF charges equal to the new maximum. In the level blueprint, set up balance. That's still 0. Why is that 0? Well, and I know the reason it's working is because I'm currently pulling the OOF charges left in the fire OOF. We need to do this instead. It should disable the OOF, yeah, because we don't have any. I'm curious if we ever print... Is the cast failing, or did we not properly set up the balance? Oh, we have it there. Set maximum. Set total. And print current charges. Maybe, I don't know, maybe... Oh wait, I know why it's failing. I know why it's failing. Hold your horses. What the fuck are people doing up there? Bang, bang. I need to set a new game mode. Let's just double check and make sure that there isn't anything set in the game mode for this that needs to be handled here. No. So we can override that. Game mode. And here we can set the game instance, I believe. Or not. Okay, I kind of forget where to override the game instance then. Am I crazy? Hey, Boom Raccoon. I forget where to set the game instance override. Oh yeah, it's in the project setting. Okay, okay. Oh, I remember now. Where is it? Game instance. There we go. Now let's see if we have our proper number up here. There we go. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Beautiful. Holy shit, I almost got crushed. Okay, do we ever call check OOF for reset? We need to do that every tick. Only shitty mannequins? For now. We just started. Are cows an option? That certainly could be. I don't see any reason why not. Okay, it is working. It is working. It is much faster than I would like. Seems to be happening every second, so I think the timeline balance is getting fucked up. Or we never call the balance, which is possible too. I don't think we ever call setup balance. That needs to be done on begin play. So what you should notice... Now, right now we start with 4 charges, which we don't necessarily want to do, but we can use 1. Then it'll take some time to reset to 4. Yes, and the reset will reset its own time based on the last moment that the player pressed the button. Distance, though, is not getting reset. Oh no. The distance is working, it's just 1,000 is not nearly enough. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna print the distance as well so that we know how far the player's moved. Compare OOF locations. However, the recharge system is working. That's a good thing. Okay, let's see. Okay. Here. No, it's not resetting my OOFs when I reset character. Okay, we can do that too. Probably because reset OOF variables isn't doing it, or... Yeah, whenever the player's pressing reset, we aren't resetting the OOF charges. And we need to. Or do we? Technically, we don't want the player to get any OOF charges until they hit something. That's when we would trigger the ragdoll. We could check on the capsule component. What are OOF charges? So we're trying to like recreate a spiritual or create a spiritual successor to Pain, and it has a system called the OOCH system, which allows you, once you're ragdolled, to fire some impulses based on the direction of the camera, so that you have a little bit of micro movement after you launch your character. Well, we're calling them OOF charges. We're not going to call them OOCH. Legally distinct charges is the official term for it. Where the hell is the capsule component? So there's a few systems. So the player has to move far enough away from their last point of OOF. The player has to be actively recharging OOF. So if they're already at max charges, we shouldn't be checking this. And what else do we check? We check if the player... There's something else. Does anyone want to keep the terms clear and consistent? Well, we already said it. Maybe you missed it, but we said we're calling it the OOF system. You can see in the screen, it says OOF in the upper right, which is based on the pane OOCH system. Which I will show you. You can see in the bottom left of the screen here. Once he launches and hits something. So we're recreating that system. Does anyone know why the capsule component is not showing up here? It's not visible. So is it not used, maybe? Let's check on component hit with the mesh then. And as long as other actor is not equal to self, let's wake up the OOF system. So OOF system state will by default be inactive. But once we hit something, it'll be charged. Let me double check this doesn't just get fired the moment we launch. Hold on. Not firing at all. Can it... Collision preset is ragdoll. Collision enabled query and physics. Why does it just feel like that isn't firing at all? It's not. Why is it not firing? Does it not generate hit events or something? Simulation generates hit events. Now we do. Should we not be doing that? Well, it still doesn't look like it's firing it. Apply impulse on damage. Gravity. Do we switch out the mesh maybe or something? No. Ragdoll not generating hit events. But it shouldn't be the capsule component. Maybe we do need to just do the capsule component. I'm just curious why the collision for this is not enabled, and I bet it's because we don't want to, so instead we will use on component begin overlap. Well, and that's what starts Ragdoll. I was gonna do it with the sphere. Maybe we can just do it with the sphere. Whatever works, to be honest. It's probably gonna overlap itself, though. Yes. Okay, let's see. That ain't firing. How can we check if the overlapped... It's got to be overlapped component. Get owner. Follow the outer chain to get the actor that owns this component. think that'll work. No. I'd like to just check if it hits the ground, you know? But because it's not hitting an actor, it's just hitting a box. Although, I guess technically it is a scene actor, wouldn't it be? Yeah, I'm wrong about that. A ragdoll character sphere? Oh, it's the hold on. I was getting overlapped component, not other component. That might fix a little bit. No. So simple mechanic, but it looks so fun. I think it will be. Hopefully. What I'd like to do is just check if I hit something. Why is generating a hit event so fucking annoying right now? And why does it not work with the character mesh? Why is the character mesh not generating hit events? How to generate a hit event with a skeletal mesh. At the same problem, but I gotta work. Blueprint, skeletal mesh component, details panel collision, enable simulation, generates hit events. Go to the physics asset of that skeletal mesh. Select. Oh, I probably didn't do that. Okay. How do I do that? Are there physics bodies here? Physics asset, custom collision meshes. Default physics asset, default modified. Okay, which one are we using here? Here we go, physics asset, default modified. Select all. Details panel, collision, enable, simulation generates hit events. Figured it out. Lesson learned. As you seem adopted as your mum, really a raptor. She is indeed a dinosaur. Don't tell her I said that. Joseph! What, Mom? What'd I do? Yeah, for now, let's just print this. Every time we hit something, it's probably going to trigger a lot on itself. But as long as I see some floor stuff in there, we should be okay. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Get owner. No, stop it. Not that node. Okay, this should filter out things that are not itself. It's hitting components. Here's the only problem is that... Hold on, let me check. Let me hit this first. Okay. Yeah, the grenades are a problem because what it's doing is it's hitting a box on the grenade, you know, the explosive box, the grenade. Yeah, I know, it's the light from the sun. I thought I fixed that, though. Oh, no, I didn't. Very bright, Jesus. Making me look like a pasty white boy. Spoiler alert, I am a pasty white boy. Where's my camera moving? Look at this. What's going on? Oh, it's some stick drift on my DualShock. Whoa, I can use my DualShock to cinematic. Look at the box. I was wondering why it was moving. You know that trick? I've never plugged in a controller and tried to use it for working in Unreal. So no, I didn't know that trick. If that generates hit events, will that now show? Does not. Pretty handy. I don't know what I'd use it for. Yeah, why does it not generate hitting the box collider? It's a world dynamic. I suppose the only way would be if the physics... Collision response disabled. Oh, that's for the root. You'd think it should print that. Apparently it doesn't generate hit events for hitting... Yeah, weird. Jesus Christ. I could try printing hit actor. Like, we'll just see. Because then I can just see either or, right? Yeah, okay, it does detect that we hit the... And that's just called floor, so... We'll just do a check on that then. So we start the state off as inactive. So the player shouldn't be able to oof while they're in the air, I think. No, they can. Yeah, because we don't check it here. If the OOF system state is not equal to inactive, the other states should be okay. Recharging or charged are fine. As long as the player has OOFs available to them. So in which case we'll do an AND check. Yeah, I cannot OOF yet. Let's see. Now I can. 4 times. Okay, that's working. The recharge, however, is doing something weird. Check OOF for reset. Reset OOF variables. Has OOFed far enough. You know any songwriter that primarily works with metal rock and has knowledge of Warhammer 40k lore? I don't know, but Poland is definitely the right place to be asking that kind of question. But how much the people here love their Warhammer. We're 401k. Warhammer 40k retirement plan. Actually, you won't have a retirement plan if you play Warhammer because it costs so much money. So... that's weird. Why is it like instantly set to true? Let's see. B has ragdolled. There probably already is a check for if the player is ragdolled or not. Not sure though. Unless you're a suspiciously wealthy furry. You mean so all furries? Literally all of them? Or OOF location. That number should be false. Probably because once it hits true. No, because we reset OOF variables once we OOF. Right? Or no, we only do it on recharge. Something's missing here. Set OOF state charge, set OOF charges, reset variables. Has OOFed far enough false. This is working. But I'm not sure why the reset is not working. It's so weird. It's false as it should be, then it should be false until over 1,000, which is true, which is good. We technically have 4 OOF charges right now, but if I OOF once, or no, it took them away. What are you testing? Well, there's a multitude of things that need to be checked in order to see if we can OOF or not. I can actually put it on screen just to make it a little bit easier for the moment. This will be the bare bones. Um, Current charges 2. We want to do minus. Wait a second. If we have 4 charges, we want to run this 3 times. So minus 1. Actually, minus 2. Get text to display. Append an O. I think that'll work. Yeah, and if it has 0 charges, then we want to simply return null. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, so now you have a visual representation for the OOF system, which is in the upper right of the screen. You can see we can't use it yet until we ragdoll. And then we have our 4 charges. And they're not reset right now. Yeah, there are a couple issues here we have with it. For some reason, I'm not moving past 1,000 units, and it's resetting it sometimes, and I don't know why. buggy. Very, very buggy. What could be going on here? Set up balance. So I guess we need to reset some of the variables when the player kills the character and does a new one. And that happens here. Reset OOFs. Should fix that issue with between launches. Can't recreate it. I don't know the issue. Yeah, see it happen there. I don't know why. Okay, we need to like breakpoint this or something. Hard to replicate. Where is it? Check OOF for resets. False. State should be recharging. Well, I can double check that. Could print that right now. Should start inactive. Become charged. Recharging. Yeah, it became charged there. Is it possible that we're not... That last OOF point? I don't know. The thing that I'm having trouble with is that we've set a number of 1,000, right? This is the minimum distance that must be surpassed in order for one of the requirements to be met to recharge OOF, right? The player must move 1,000 units from centimeters, in this case, from their last OOF point. However, it's still resetting even if the player has not moved 1,000. Sometimes. Like that. Like right there. I don't know why. Hey, Marty Rob, how you doing? Has oofed far enough. Has oofed far enough is false. I'm just gonna have to put it here. I have to check it out. The first time this hits the breakpoint, we don't care. Last OOF location. Hold on, I will print this to log actually. I want to see where it hits that breakpoint. Okay, that's over 1,000. That's fine. See, it reset my charges there, but it wasn't at that breakpoint, so something is resetting has oofed far enough to true. What the fuck? Where else is this being set? Well, it's being set here, but it's being set to false. But it needs to be true. How is that true? Like, we reset these variables. If it gets reset, like if our OOF charges get reset, we set those back to false. I think that's the issue. I think that's the issue. It did it again. Why is it doing that? that's how I feel right now. Well, work there. Worked there too. Happened there. It's like if the number doesn't get over 1,000, but it resets our OOFs, it shouldn't be doing that. It should not be doing that. I don't know why it's doing that. I am what the kids call flabbergasted. Okay, that's as intended. It's like it's happening less now, but it's still happening sometimes. Very annoying. Weird, why didn't it hit the breakpoint there? Yeah, it happened there again, but it didn't hit the breakpoint. Why do we do? Okay, that one's okay. That one was over 1,000. That one's okay. Yeah, these are all fine. What a finicky little system this one is. Wonder if it's something to do with changing the... I don't know. If it only happens on characters fired past the first one, then it might be an issue with something being cleaned up. Yeah, it should not have fired there. They're all true. I think I know a way we can fix it. We shouldn't be comparing OOF locations on a ragdoll. We should be doing it if the player has OOFed once. And we can just put this in the... I think that is part of the issue here. Seems functional now. Yeah, looks like it's working. Okay, so I would say that's a pretty successful first OOCH system replacement. I do want to, once we recharge it, quickly send a note to the widget to play the animation that it's been recharged. That should be easy. Let's see. Functions. Make an event. I gotta clean up this old blueprint too. This isn't my blueprint, but it's got all these input actions, and that needs to be cleaned up and replaced with the new input system. That's gonna be a little bit of time. Okay, we can stop printing that. Stop printing that. I will smugly assume that the logic is working until I realize that it isn't. And if reset, probably shouldn't do it this way, but it's fine, whatever. Play recharge animation. Do a quick validation just to prevent any errors from occurring. Okay, I'll see if it works. Yeah, there we go. We could hide the OOF system too until the player has actually ragdolled. So we could store that. Let's make it a bit cleaner. Update player ragdolled. Active ragdoll reference, or let's just do active player reference. That'll be a character. B is player ragdolled. On player launched, so on begin play. Do get game instance. What did I call it? Oh yeah, active player reference. Equal to character. Is player ragdolled? Is ragdolled. Get active player reference, ragdolled, and we will return these. I'll show you why I want this. Player character. Ref is ragdolled. Now on the get text we can do get player. And if a player's ragdolled, then we show the OOF charges, otherwise we hide the text. Let's do set visibility, select, don't do a branch. Actually, the branch is okay. The branch is okay, because then we can just return node from this. The last thing we need to do is update the character when we begin play. Update player. Self. Not ragdolled. And on hit. Update player. Self as ragdoll true. I think that should work. Should work. That way, OOF system will only appear when there is an active player that has ragdolled. It has not. It is not. It's not visible. That's weird. Oh, you know what? I know why. I know why. It's collapsed. It can't run this if it's collapsed. It can run it if it's hidden. But we cannot run those bound functions if collapsed. Yeah, there it is. And Boolean. Do a validation test. And when the player resets, that way it should reset between launches. Yeah. Hey, very good. I think the distance is too much. We can lower that probably in the balance to more like 500. We'll bump up the recharge time to 5. The cool thing is if we update this maximum number to, it should keep adding O's. So theoretically, I think I can make it 10 and it'll show it's gonna be a very long OOF. But it is working. Let's add another, because now what we want to do is if the player has not moved very much within like the last few seconds, we want to disable the OOF system. That's my next goal. OOF inactive time. We will make this 3 seconds. We probably also want to add in OOF inactive. Well, couldn't we just use the distance needed to recharge OOF? No. How does it work? How does it work? How does it work? Because this could mean that the player kind of like hits a wall with full OOF but doesn't use any, and the player can still use it. So we want to put a timer and a distance there that if the player has not moved, just disable OOF from being used, right? Like the player had the chance to use it, they didn't use it. But only if the player is not moving. The player is still moving and the player doesn't choose to use it, that's fine. The player is still moving, so we can still utilize that. We almost need to do a query like every... Did we do every second? While the player's active and alive? And if the distance between queries is over a certain point, then we consider the player to be actively doing something. OOF inactive. Let's just say OOF query distance. Distance required to be considered moving. And we'll just say 100. Between each query, the player must be moving within, 100 units. But if not, if that number is under 100, then a 3-second timer is played. And at the end of that 3 seconds, we set the OOF system to be inactive. However, we will still keep running the queries, and if the queries are over 100, then we set it back to recharging. I think that will work. Perform activity query. Last query location. That'll be a vector. We'll make 2 functions for query location, which should be easy. That's actually going to be pretty similar, which is just going to be getting the mesh, get world location, Set return. Compare query locations. And this needs to be run once every second. So we will put a delay. Or we could do set timer by function. We'll add a new thing here for player activity query time. Set that to 1. Now I think we can run this on begin play. I think if it loops, it will just keep running this, right? Let's check. If it prints hello every second, then we'll know it works. Yes, it does. Beautiful. So each second do a query location, and then compare query locations. Get the distance. And for now, we will print the distance there, and when we're moving, it should be pretty large, and when we're still, it should be pretty much nothing. It is doing nothing. Nothing at all. Probably because we are doing this out of order. That works. Beautiful. Set up balance, let's see, get current game mode, break. I don't think I can set timer by functions within a function, right? maybe I can. In which case, I'll just throw this into the setup balance then. Well, you know what, maybe not. I don't like that being there. Technically it does with the player activity query time. But it's kind of separate too. Okay, we run sort of recharge timer. If compare query locations is underneath the limit, distance required to be considered moving. Custom event. Player activity timer event. And we'll do an input here for B should no, I'm gonna do two separate events. Run player activity timer. Stop player activity timer. We will add a new timeline. Player activity timer timeline. Now this will also be a single second vector track. No. Oh, not a vector track, hold on. Sorry, float track. Time 0, value 0. These are just placeholder. Time 1, value 1. What really matters is whether or not it completes or not. Start activity timer will always start from start. And stop player activity timer will stop it. On finished, we want to set the OOF system state to inactive. I think that works. We'd also want to set the play rate for this to be OOF inactive time, so divided by if the distance is greater than the distance required, then we actually want to stop the player activity timer I think I called the play activity timer, didn't I? Run player activity timer. My only concern is that the state of the OOF system might get fucked up with this, and I'd like for the OOF system state to be pretty stable, you know, so that we're actively getting the right state. My worry is that if we're setting it to be inactive, but then it becomes active again after, you know, the player has moved enough, if maybe something broke or something fell and it pushed the player away, we need to make sure that we set it to the right number of charges. Because otherwise it'll be recharging or charged, and if it has all of its charges, then it should be set to charged and not recharging. That is my concern. Especially because it'll mess up this recharge timeline if so. Let's see. I could put a check here, or in the query location, or I'm sorry, not that one. The compare query locations. And at the moment we stop the player activity timer, check OOF, not check OOF for reset. Check OOF charges. This is a bit dirty to put here, but whatever. It's equal to maximum, set it to charged. If not, do a select We want to check if current charges is... I mean, the player could be out of charges. So is it equal to 0? True, inactive, false, recharging. I have no clue if this will work. It might not even update the OOF system on the screen, since we only check if the player is ragdolled to show it or not show it. Technically, we do grab a player character ref. We could... could cast it. I think a BPI would be a little bit better to put here, though. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I don't want to put this here, but I'm going to put it here. Good work. Hey, it didn't. Why was it allowing me to rag to OOF in the air? Probably because we override the state. This is what I mean. This will need to be refactored. Problem is we fuck with the state here. Not setting it to be inactive. Check OOF for reset, check OOF for comparative locations. Yeah, let's print the state. We have enough time we can refactor the states today too if we need to. And I think we should. If the states are consistent, that's the most important thing, because we can grab reliable state data. Inactive, charged, recharging. Oh, it's instantly setting it to active. What is that? Definitely not be doing that. Oh, because it's going to keep... I know why. Because run doesn't even check if it's playing. Can I check if the timeline is playing? Yeah. If it's already playing, we don't want to start it again. That's the reason that it's fucking up that. That makes sense. Okay, I can't use it. Try this again. Inactive. Charged. Working. Oh. It becomes inactive, it just like stopped even trying anymore, so there's one bug we gotta fix. What I don't like is that we allow the recharge when the player is not active. I'd rather we only charge if the player's active. B is player active. On check OOF for reset, we'll add another pin that Player must be active for it in order for it to reset. That doesn't work. It doesn't work because by the time the player slows down, it's already kind of fucking up. The times are weird though because I want the player to go inactive before it has a chance to recharge, right? Which is why I set the OOF recharge time to 5 seconds. Maybe the inactive time, it just has to be a lot lower. Although I think that that could be not enjoyable if it's too low. Yeah, when running out of OOF charges, it sets us to inactive. I don't like that either. Why does it do that? Probably here. Yeah, with that said, it just doesn't give me any time. And then, you know, pushing that up to 5 seconds just makes it kind of difficult. Five seconds is a long time to wait for a recharge on that. Oh, hitting the grenade doesn't trigger a OOF. Should. That's weird. Hmm. Like, this shouldn't be hardcore, you know? It shouldn't be difficult. Ooh. Bump this down to 350. Don't have to move a whole bunch. You have to be moving. It's serviceable, I guess is the word that I could use. You have any assets for this? We do have some, yes. System. I think at a certain point, if the distance between last locations gets large enough, we should just recharge the OOCH system and not wait that 3 seconds. But yes, we do have the entire city level for with Cinti assets, as you can see here. So we have all these. I'm gonna let the level designers fill that up, you know, so something I can tackle is the systems of the game. Like the OOCH system, the scoring system, that stuff is pretty easy from my perspective. But I'm gonna let the level designers get some experience under their belt by creating a level for us, utilizing these assets and also the prototyping ones, which is here. And these should be good for blockouts. Okay, am I happy with the OOCH system as it is? It's serviceable. It's not perfect, it's not the way that I would want it full-time. But it's pretty damn good to start with. The one thing that I do want to make sure is working is that we're not activating the OOCH system when we hit the grenades. And that's a bit of an issue. And then we'll comment out some of these blueprints. Can we delete these, please? Game. Why is my delete button not working? There we go. Weird. Okay, I wanted to fix the grenade not triggering. Hit actor. That's on the mesh component. I could swear we did have this functioning. So I don't really know what the fuck's going on. No, it didn't. I mean, is it just that I have to make that generate hit events? No, it's not. Okay, I mean, we technically don't need that box there. We can just delete that, honestly. We don't need the collision box. We don't need begin overlap. Just on the cube, we'll say that it generates hit events. Then on the cube, component hit, other actor is equal to hit player character. Why is that not working? Other actor. Cube, get player character. Oh, because it's not hooked up. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. That'll fix that bug. I will clean up this old blueprint too. I made it in a rush, as you can see. Nothing's straightened out. Granted, we will remake this when the time comes. We're using transient fields to succeed at this. We'll be looking into that too at some point, how to fully manipulate and to make use of transient fields, because I don't really know a lot about them. All I did was follow a tutorial about how to set up a general explosion that affects physics bodies. And well, it does function. It does function. You can see the closer one is the initial field, and then it falls off as it goes towards the choline field, which is the outer one. As far as I know. Be wrong on that. Okay. Yeah. Good start. We get to anything else today? Or do I want to say that that's pretty damn good and that we can jump over and do some Elden Ring or something to end the week off? Or do some game reactions too. There's a couple new Tim Kaine videos. I'm sure you guys can pick up some controversial video game topics. I think we'll call it there on the decimation stuff. I can show the team today what we accomplished with the OOF system. So let me comment out these nodes. Compares player distances between OOFs in order to check if we can reset the OOF meter. When the player uses an OOF charge, we set a timer to see yeah, I don't actually like that OOF timer. Or I don't think it needs to be as long as it is. That's a whole different thing. Well, that's, you know, we can balance that with one number, right? Set a timer before OOF charges are allowed to be reset. Queries player location every second, comparing to last query, in order to see if the player is active or actively moving. Activity timer, which is activated when the player is not considered moving, and if it fully passes, we consider the player inactive and turn off OOFs. Theoretically, though, that should get turned back on if the player does get pushed in some way. Theoretically. Detects if the player's mesh has been hit. Starts the OOF system if so. Set up balance and start decimation specific setup. Okay, that's a good start. I think the team will be happy with that. Let's put things in their proper folders. OOF system, move into there. Data's okay, core's okay. Technically this stuff should be moved, but this is still just a prototype map. Team better be happy or fired, right? Yeah, we'll keep things here. Okay. Well, that's where I will end the decimation development for today. I know it's short, but I wanted to just get the basics set up, and I don't want to start on another system and then half finish it, right? So I'll see what the team thinks of that and see if we can get things moving forward with like a full level development. It doesn't have to be crazy, it just has to be something. And in the meantime, we'll watch some game dev videos and talk about them. Get some reactions up for the channel. And I think this time I will stagger reaction video releases over the weekend if we do more than one, so that you have a bit of so that people on YouTube have a bit of content to watch each day, rather than just releasing like 10 videos at once, right? Alright, well, if you're watching on YouTube for the Decimation development, thank you for watching. I will see you next Friday for more. And check to, I might release a smaller video just talking about our schedule. Actually, I might do that right now before we watch videos. So if you're curious about our schedule for Decimation, check the schedule video that was released around this time. Bye, YouTube. Bye.